Hello, everybody. Welcome to the streams, which are many. They're always coming, and there's always more coming. Hope you're all doing well. I'm out here existing. Had a nice shower. Took a little longer than I wanted to, of course, but, you know, at this point, that's just kind of baked into things. I gotta get things fixed up. Anyways. Well, yeah. We'll start with more Talos and more Principle. It's more principled than it's ever been, actually. Anyways, thank you, Unreal. 15 minutes of break during each hour of play. That's a lot of minutes of break. We're 2/3 of the way through this already. Jesus Christ. I didn't expect that. No, I didn't expect that at all. Okay. Where am I? Not to get all wacky with y'all. Where actually am I? Byron, please. Help me out here. Okay, well, there's the place. I wonder if these signs are Elohim's doing. That'd be kind of cool. Anyways. So we have to go through here? Looks like we do. Hello, Vino. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're getting some sleep. Anyways. Welcome to the island behind the island. I don't really know what that's about, but I suspect that this means that the puzzle difficulty will become different. We have to go up. I see. Here's 17. And 18. Consequences. Okay. Jesus Christ. Intimidating name, isn't it? Oh, well, well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Oh, neat. Well, well, well. Okay. Anything that we can get to from here? I think we can get to from here. Well, not necessarily, but... Oh, definitely not necessarily. Well... No, this isn't even cheese. This can't be cheese. So that'll keep us from doing anything too stupid. Stupid idea, perhaps, but, interesting. So that's not gonna work. That's the wrong one first. Jammer. And it says, it's not cheese, but it's also not Louise. I'm on a roll with sentences I don't understand. That's basically me every day when you think about it. So yeah, actually, we want this guy to... Yes. How can we consequent... It says, a puzzle difficulty is always different. Ah, that was the previous sentence, which was arguably better, by Vino's estimation. Beam strength. Beam strength. It has to be beam strength. Has to beam. Don't worry about that. Folks, even I don't understand what I'm cooking here. So at least in theory this should work if I understand my mechanics correctly. Sure enough. Alright, first solve in under 10 minutes. We're gonna call that good. Mind you, out here we don't see any of the hidden hell dimension stuff. So arguably, I'm still missing something. Okay. Hello.
Mother? Where are you? Where am I? None of this seems real. What are these voices? I think they're lying to you.
Good dream, I guess. Fair enough. Oh, there's a bad dream. Let's see what it is. I don't get the implication, but let's see.
Cornelius is never gonna forgive you for what you did to him. Just when he needed you the most, you shut him out.
I would do anything to undo that, anything.
That's the problem with prophets. They think they're the only ones who matter. That's why you wanted the theory of everything. Because it gives you power. You, just you, to do whatever you want. You haven't learned anything from your mistakes.
I was always going to share it. I wanted to empower everyone, not just myself.
Were you? Were you really? Were you ever gonna go back?
I don't know.
Doesn't sound pleasant. Says yike. Well, we don't need that. We do need this. Wow, that was good timing. Oh, well. Ah. Sorry if I'm a little startled, but what is the point of this room? You know, it says, I don't like how mean Yakut sounds. Yeah, all the VAs are doing incredible work on their evil personas. All the VAs are absolutely kicking ass at, like, at evil mode. Beam break, of course. Mm-hmm. So we need a blue beam to break that red beam. Got it. Wrong color. Jump scared. This is fine. He says, I like this weird project that I'm working on. I'm glad it's enjoyable to you. Alright, this is an interesting conundrum. Second we lift this, we lose power. Well, I definitely think the beam interrupt has something to do with it. Unfortunately, it hits that instantly. So we need something that slowly kills the beam instead. Kind of like how I got out of here in the first place. Could we kill the blue... Could we kill... Could we kill the red beam with another red beam? I mean, I don't think so. But, in theory, if we get the placement right... We can kill the red beam with another blue beam from here. All that would need to happen. Okay. Question mark? Okay.
Byron? I don't know if you're receiving this, but we're still looking for you. We're not giving up. Herman is getting in my way, but I'll take the megastructure apart brick by brick if I have to.
Well, that's nice of Herman. Byron, surprisingly, actually didn't win on his political policies, but on his fucking mayor left me for dead platform. That was the secret they didn't tell you. We had a big, wonderful, strange orb. Trinal. Well, this is going to be one of the longer ones, that much is certain. Can't interrupt that beam from there. Whoa, what the hell? Well, there's the exit. Let's start with the basics, I suppose. Hello. Well, let's hope this isn't a soft lock. It's not. It says, it's absolutely hilarious to remember this puzzle right, maze shitpost monstrosities from the prototype after seeing this thing. Yeah? It just goes to show that you can get good at anything with practice, even puzzle design. Everything is about practice. We've got a little hole. Where there's a little hole, there's a way to get things through. Presumably. Let's try bringing something over here so that Byron, Okay. Well, this thing's got a weird hitbox. Yeah, this is a bizarre hitbox. And to be fair, by this point, Crow Team would have had an institutional knowledge base of, what, 9 years at making puzzles? Okay. And there's second guy. Yeah, I guess we'll start with the basics. Oh, we're getting cute with it, are we? And it says, well, probably not actively through that entire time. It's a good question, actually. Hard to say. Newsflash. Thing that wasn't going to work doesn't work, but I have to see it with my own eyes for some reason. As though I could, as though I need to confirm it somehow. I said that with such erudition, and now I'm like, wait. Okay, there's a lot of variables to account for here. That much is undeniable. This one's easier to get into. That has to have not been cheese, right? And it says, I don't know, probably. Delightful. Well. Do your best with that. Don't ask me why it took several consecutive attempts to click this button. I neither know nor can answer. What am I meant to do with that? You know... That's fine. For now. We haven't really explored anywhere that we... Rather, we haven't really explored everywhere. So he says, can you stand on those leg things of the tower? Not really. I can get like this far up and then I slip off. Apparently I can put this on here, but it likes to freak out. Even it doesn't like to be on here. Yeah, this can surprisingly work, sure. Yeah, sure. This is probably doable. He says, I think you got this now. I might do. I did it. Why did I do it? You know, it says to be fancy. I guess I can do this. Okay. I'm going to assume that's still intended despite the look. And I'm up here. From up here, we can do anything. And by anything, I mean, you know, grab up the laser beam from there, point it there. Grab up the laser beam from there, point it there. Yeah, we can make things work. We can do certain things. Interesting, yes. You know, it says Bob's our oyster. Yeah, something like that. I mean, we've got... yeah. Hell, we can even take control from over here. Speaking of, there's... what is that? What the hell is that? Okay. Time to work out some hypotheses. It's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass if I'm wrong, so let's hope I'm not wrong. Hypothesis number 1. We don't really need these internal ones anymore now that we've got these external ones. So let's not use them. Well, I say that, but I might need one. A shrugging emoji. Says water hate. Yeah. Something like that. Oh my god, okay. I need to get 2 guy up there and then we can... Okay. Yep, alright. The real question is, can the team resume control from over there? And the answer should be yes, once those gates are down. We'll find out in short order. Okay, the glass works for take control. That's good. Saves me some time. Okay. I have a hypothesis. Can you stop? Oh my god. Okay. Well. Well, folks, that's that sure is something right there. Yeah, that sure is something. Divine, really. Okay, well, option 1 is the fastest and easiest, so... You know, says the hypotenuse hypothesis. Yeah. Technically cheese, but just a verification cheese, so it's fine. Okay. Well, we got this bad boy out here. We can just get dumber with it. Not that we... Yeah, we're gonna need this bad boy. Yeah. Yeah, we are gonna need that bad boy, but... Wait a minute. Oh no. Oh no. We're not ready. Okay. Why did it make two noises? Yeah, could have guessed that wasn't gonna work. You know, it says, better question is, why did you switch into a different body before going up there? Well, actually, no. It really doesn't matter, because we can't bring anything up there. Not by conventional means. So, the reason was because I wanted to make sure that that body wouldn't, you know. For some reason in my mind that corresponded to the a body still being around. So, yeah. It says, quite conundrumous. Yeah. Something like that. The conundrum principle. The dilemma principle. Well, first things first. Okay. That certainly is something. So we just need to do this one more time and we'll be okay. Uno says, I notice a problème. I notice a few. The first one is that the blue is on the outside over there, and then on the outside over there. And the red is on the inside over there, and the inside over there. That one is the, like, almost opposite of a problem, really. That one's the mercy. Which implies that given the fact that there's no diffusers or special technology here, you will probably require at least 2 of these bad boys. Potentially one of them on the ground, in fact. So that's fun. It's not the biggest deal if we can get out of here, which may or may not be possible. We don't know. Yeah. You know. Advanced problem. So yeah, I mean... We just need to get one of these guys out of here. Which, to be fair, could be that one, except... Then how do we leave with any of this stuff? I don't think we can escape from any other zone. We have to leave this open. What the hell? Really? Okay. Well. Why did you take non-fall damage but fall damage? Huh? You know, it says the Byron works in mysterious ways. Not always for the better. Good enough. Well. I don't need this fueled up anymore. But what I do need is to get the fan out. Yeah, debated seems about right. That seems like an accurate description of the situation. There is certainly some Jefferson Baileys going on. Can't get the guy over there. Only one fan. This would be fine, but really. Here's an odd idea. Well, I mean... Suffice it to say, this is not a hard fix. Okay. I understand a fuzzy collider when I see... I understand a routed invisible collider when I see one. Or when I feel one? Do I say that I felt that? Vino asks, what when you take the fan? Well, that's a good question. For which my answer would mostly be experimentation, really. Can we lay down the fan over there, basically? Which, I mean, if we could, I think we'd still end up stuck. Why is it 2, by the way? What's up with that? We have all 3 of us out here now. Does that help a goddamn thing? I mean, it means that we can hop on out of here, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we can hop on out of here. I'd better be very careful about where I hop on out, or I'm going to be soft locked. Okay. Does this help? Technically speaking, it doesn't hurt. It would seem like the map is designed to make it very difficult, if not impossible, to get anything other than the Byrons over here. So I would say that the Byrons are a match for a thing that we need. I don't want to assume too much. I would say that there's only one fan in the map, to my knowledge. So we need to take it from there to there. And for that to happen, we need to have an open route of communication. Don't mind that. hypothetically, we could route the beam from below so that we don't need to do that. That would change some things. Yes, okay. And it says excellent. Oh, don't get ahead of yourself too far. For one, I actually need to position. You know, it says, where's that other Byron now? There's a Byron there. There's a Byron. There are Byrons everywhere for those with eyes to see, really. It's a McDonald form of Byron's, one might say. Okay. Well... what are you even hitting? Oh. That's no good. That's no good. Okay. Well, that was all a beautiful theory. A beautiful hypothesis. But it doesn't seem to actually work. In theory, we don't need any pressure plate action to get down there. Okay, interesting. Sure. That doesn't really help us. Says it would have. Well, it's even easier to hit the red receiver through the middle hole. Okay, interesting. Though the phrase even easier. Ah. Okay, there we go. Well, alright, thank you. There we go. Okay. Now that we're over here, let's hope the glass lets us still do takeover. I think it does. Yeah, it does. And it says, I hope you have enough connectors up there now. Oh, don't worry. I know I don't. I've only got 3. And I need more than 3. I can get a 4th at any time. I don't know if I can do it with just 4. And it says, well, 1 connector per color. They're not ordered that way. They're not ordered in a way that makes that safe. See, the red one's on the inside, then the green is on the outside, and the blue's on the outside. That doesn't mean there's no solutions. There are solutions. They're going to be a little wacky. So we definitely need just 1 connector here. The situation might be worse than I thought. And I didn't exactly think it was stellar. I'll take things that are about the same size as the plinth from yesterday's final map for 100, Alex. Alright, whatever. Guess that'd make it too easy. cool if we had just one more. Well, we don't need to be up here for this. We don't need to be up here for this. Okay, but so what? Because that's closed if we're in opening configuration. So we need to get back up here to rearrange it out of that. That's neat. We need just one more. It says you didn't even connect to the green source? Oh, I mean, yeah, it's just like this. It's not just like that, but are we serious with this plan? I am struck by a potential idea. Okay. Yeah, I guess I have to eliminate that possibility. Okay, that's not a big time loss exactly. Nope. Technically it would work, but practically it doesn't. And I'm not surprised by that at all. And it says, I think you just need to place it better, maybe? I mean, we'll certainly try. Okay. Sure enough. Thanks for the encouragement. Well, we didn't find the guy on this island yet. There's a guy on the island yet. See what hurtful thing you have to say.
After everything we went through together, after you and Cornelius practically raised me, how could you just abandon me? How could you just leave without telling me?
I wanted you to find your own way. You were too dependent on me. I thought you'd become a leader, stick up for your own ideas. You would grow up.
No. I think you wanted me to fail. You wanted New Jerusalem to fall apart in your absence, so we'd come crawling back to you. Oh, wise Athena, you were right all along. Oh, Athena. I would never believe that you wanted me to fail. I thought I disappointed you. And maybe I did. But never this.
It says, I mean, after waiting so long for you to even try to hit them with one connector, I couldn't let you give up. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, let's see. Leviathan. Well, this is number 22, which is not where I want to be yet. Let me think of it. Is there anyone in here? No. Oh, I'm sure those last two are going to be something to think about. 20. Let's see what we got. Interception. We've got a ray blocking one. It says, oh, by the way, there's one terminal. Don't know if you found it already. No, I did not find it. I did not, in fact, find it at all. Okay. What is the plan, Duffers? It says, okay, I could tell you where I think it is after you're done with this one, if you want. You'll show me that island map so I can tell you. Yeah, no worries. I mean, my immediate assumption would be, right, that it would be up ahead, the furthest point from what you otherwise have to do, but... Right, okay. I have a wrong hypothesis, but I'll try it out. I called the hell out of this shot well before I took it. That wasn't going to work. And I was so right. I absolutely kicked ass at calling this shot. It's actually crazy how right I was. That wasn't going to work. Absolutely boss maneuver. Seen a weird behavior that we might be able to exploit before. I don't know if it'll work, but it's worth a shot at this point. Yep. That was it.
Tell me of your journey, Byron, in the days after Athena left the city. Have you been happy? Have you been well?
Looking back at it, I think mostly I failed.
You led the expedition to the island. If Athena is saved, it will be thanks to you. So you have not failed yet, my child.
Alright, I'm at the map. You know, it says, I think it's on the 345 island. Okay. Let's head over to 345 real quick. Actually, let's just teleport there. Can you... Alright, we're in 345. Does it fit your recollection of it being in a snowy and foggy place? You know, says, I pretty well scoured this place, I thought. The mad and foolish see more of the sublime than priests and kings, says Prometheus. Nope. You have come to the many-watered grounds of Dion, most sacred to Zeus. Here in the shadow of Olympus itself, the Macedonians have built great temples filled with wondrous mosaics and statues wrought from finest marble. Perhaps here you will find the answers you seek. Enter the sanctuary of Zeus. When you step into the sanctuary of Zeus, you are startled to find it is empty and abandoned. The walls are overgrown and part of the temple is flooded. 53-58. An old man dressed in strange clothes sits on a chair in the corner. Just fuck off back outside. Nah, we'll speak to the old man. Time carries away all things, the old man intones. It has carried away the kingdoms of the Greeks and the Romans that followed you. And it will carry away the empires of the sage also. Therefore it is best not to strive for anything but to hide away in dreams where time has no power. Not everything is carried away by time. Look around you, the old man screams, his voice filled with despair. What remains of the world you knew? Human beings, ideas, hope. Hope, and what is hope but a pretty word? It's the notion that the future's unwritten and our choices matter. It's not just a pretty word, but a principle to live by. It's a force that changes the world even when it seems impossible. The old man begins to shake as if possessed. The stones of the temple crack. Wise words, but you've mistaken me for a philosopher. His eyes glow with a terrible fire. Look into the fire. Look into the fire. It burns you, but you do not turn away. I will show you the truth. A terrible abyss opens before you, and you are overwhelmed by a vision of mystery. All the terrors of human existence come alive before you. The very worst that human beings have done to each other, in the name of greed or creed. Not merely the individual acts of cruelty, but the faceless cruelty of war, of poverty, of exploitation. Lives lived in fear and consumed, and confusion and loneliness. Potential squandered, dreams forgotten, their very humanity degraded and destroyed. Stare into the abyss. The abyss pulls you down into its depths. You understand what it means to be small and lost and afraid while fire rains from the sky. You scream for your parents, for your siblings, for the pain to stop. You understand that other human beings are causing this pain. You understand what it means for this to happen 1,000 times, then 10,000, then 1,000,000. It is unbearable. This is the truth, the old man screams. Of time, this is the abyss. Of time, space, decay, suffering. 53, 58. This mortal, how do you bear the unbearable? Faith, even if it's a desperate, half-broken faith. Despite the pain we cause, despite the ugliness that surrounds us, despite the disgusting dark pits of human behavior, despite the stupidity, despite time and entropy and death, can you have faith in a world that kills its children? Yes, always. Prometheus speaks. The act of faith, son of man, is the foundation stone of the city of dreams. Every other victory against the abyss can be won by the powers of reason, but not that very first, which makes you human. But faith is not a blessing bestowed from above. It is a choice made within. You will have to make that choice many more times before your journey is over. Alright, there it is. Well, that's why it's a Prometheus QR code. I'm gonna think of it. I have not seen the QR codes in a little bit. Every story has an ending. Okay, but we read this one. So are the vocals just "I hate you" and "I love you" over and over again? Because that's what I hear. Okay. Let's go back to 21, I guess. Hierarchy. Well, I mean, we can walk across, so that's what I'm going to do first. You know, it says you managed to get to Alexander's hologram, I presume? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Can only cut one line this way. And that not very well at all. Alright. We made a clock. Hooray. That's cool. That's great. Is it useful? Not really. Reno says Pog. Indeed. I made my own Pog champ. I really gotta get my emoji game out here. But we've already done that one. We made a big clock. Hooray. I like that. Great. A big clock. A block, if you will. And here it is again. Truly majestic. says, what a time to be alive. Yeah. Yeah, it certainly is. Perfect. That's the most progress we've made in a little bit. I'll put it like that. What do you even call this? I mean, bullshit to a certain extent, but okay. Check out this sweet pile of fucking nothing. You know, it says there probably is a way to reason through this one, but I couldn't find it. I resorted to plain old experimentation. My guess is that there's a sequence of operations here that produces an unusual result. Do we even need these plugs? I don't think so. I think the only plug we need is that one. This is, that's good. I mean, that's really one way of looking at it, but... It says this seems even gooder. I think you're right there. Oh, it's Christmas out there. That's really weird. You see what I find weird about it, right? There's supposed to be a beam going to there, but it doesn't go to there. And it says, this is Big Ben. Or, it says, this isn't even a clock anymore. This is a clock. This is Big Ben. Vino asks, did you connect it? I mean, it's flashing as though I did. Okay. Maybe I wasn't. We made another unstable clock, which is pretty interesting. It says upgraded from cluck to clunk. And also, yeah, no, we're doing strange things. Which sounds about right for me. Yeah, it says, to be fair, this is a strange puzzle. Well, why don't you take a look at that? That's certainly something. That's certainly something else. That is really close. Yeah, if only you could interrupt the green beam, but I don't see a way to... Yeah. Oh, god damn it. Check out that sweet, sweet nothing. Oh, for the love of Christ. Everything was going well. I saw it too. You know, it says, can I throw a suggestion? I mean, go for it. Sure. I just think I got it. It's just... It says, well, don't worry, we'll be getting there soon again. Okay, interesting. What if we removed that one? Okay. Got it, baby! That looks like it'll be a whole lot of fun. Alright, probably we're okay. Alright. That's pretty good. Number 22, eh? Leviathan. Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. Well, it seems obvious to me that step one is, never mind. I no longer think it's obvious what step one is. Because I actually don't know where this is going. When you have a moment and you just can't understand it. I mean, I'm sure it's not that impossible to get. The main problem seems to be that you need to use just one, like, I don't know. says a Zen moment for a koan. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, at least this one isn't a soft block city. But it is a soft lock. It is... You know, it says it's not a soft lock village, barely a hovel, really. Here's where it says, oh, a new architectural style. Kind of. Yeah, a little bit. Here's where it says, less Egypt and more Skyrimming. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Here it says maybe even snowy Aztec-y. Oh, there's the Leviathan. Do I need to maintain this beam now? No. No, I do not. Instead, I have to deal with that. One-time lever, too. They have the RGB converter. Really? Is this all just red herrings? Is it as simple as... I mean, let's try the naive solution. Sure. There's nothing naive about it, eh? Okay, fair enough. says, now that I don't have this exam hanging over me, I'm going to be digging into Java and learning how to make Minecraft mods. That'll be fun. I wish you the best of luck. Java is an interesting language to learn, to say the least. Well, the good news is I don't seem to be getting killed instantly, so that's good. It's good when that doesn't happen. Okay. Okay, well we can manage that, I think. This. I was gonna say to the surprise of no one, but no, I'm afraid I'm surprised. Mino says, cool as heck idea, to be honest. And I concur. Well, hold on, because, here's Arkin says, I have an anxious desire, like Jazz, to make a stupid biome and mob project. And that also is part of what Mino said is cool. And yes, I think a biome and mob project would be a good idea. Okay. Well, let's do a different thing. says Biomob, and Pirzarkin says, anyway, I'm drunk now and need sleep. I hope you help Talos find all of his principles. Thanks for dropping by, Piers. It's always good to see you. And I hope you sleep well. Run.
This language of creation that Athena discovered, what's it like? Do you understand it? Is it part of your system?
It is the incarnation of the sublime beauty of mathematics. Through it, all things become beautiful. Every movement of every particle is a revelation, and everything that lives is holy.
Okay. Interesting. So we got 2 maps left. And then we've done it. We've achieved it. Is it going to be another Melville one? Or is it going to be Thekla? This is, and then we will have Principled our last Talos or something. Yeah, we'll see.
Maybe you don't believe in any of it. Have you ever considered that? All your optimism? Your vaunted humanist spirit? Maybe it's all a facade. Maybe you just want it to be true. Because it's comforting to think that humanity might be good, and meaning is something you can create. But that's not facing the truth, because the truth is that none of it has any value at all.
No, you're wrong. Maybe I ruined everything. Maybe they would destroy themselves, but Alexandra was right. Humanity is good. I still have faith. If only in that.
You know, it says BRB meeting time. No worries. Well, we found the evil Pink Floyd hammers. That's a little weird. Alright. Time for map 23. One-way link, huh? Naive answers first. Okay, so now that that's here, we don't... to get this back to the default state. So this one doesn't work because... So when it's like this, we can just go there, you know? We don't need anything else. So yeah, blue-red doesn't do it. Blue-red doesn't do it. Doesn't do anything at all. You know, it says, "I'm back." Welcome back. You didn't miss much. I found a new Pink Floyd room, but that's about it. I don't know if you've seen it, but I've seen it now. So I roughly know what to do. The default state of this one is, probably should have checked before I went and pulled wires, yeah? Yeah. And it says, yeah, I've seen it. Alright. So yeah, the default state of this room is like this. If I turn the switch off, is like this. If we can get that one to light up blue... no. What does that one even do? There was a second lever here. I didn't notice this. I mean, this is for what it's worth. That's not the default state of that room. This is not the default state of that room? I'm pretty sure it is. Says nope. Okay. I'm just gonna add X to reset real quick. Not for nothing, just one-way link, you know? Or do you just mean this guy? Because, yeah, I do know about that guy. Says, yep. Interesting. If we've got 2 levers, then presumably we can have a situation where... Yeah, we just need to remember or figure out which state is which. So that's not gonna work. So blue guy on there is good. Blue guy on there is good. Red guy on there is good. We almost need an item-potent connection. Which, I mean, a situation where... Well, no, we need a connection where it goes from neutral straight to red. Or from neutral to blue. So, like, right now, it should be neutral. We want that, in specific, to be neutral. For that to happen, we need a red and a blue. Which, to my knowledge, we can't do. I was gonna be like, yeah, that doesn't seem right. No. No, it doesn't. We need to neutralize one of these. And by one of these, I mean specifically that one. We need to go from a state that's like this. We needed to not do that. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I won't front, folks. Got no fucking clue. Basically, we just absolutely positively need to make sure that there is a state that under no circumstances does the red button get pressed. Right? Because the red button getting pressed means we all go to jail, right? Unless it's like a time jump and the only one in the game, which, this is cruel, but it's not like that. That's not it. Yep. I would say that I don't know what I did, but that's only half true. Yeah, I know that.
So close. Just one more.
Yeah, I kind of knew what I did, even. I won't say that I 100% knew what I did. Also, like, Vino says, I was just AFK, so I don't know what you did either, but congrats. Yeah. I did that. I mean, I like this thing. Oh, right, because this is... Okay. Just one more. Halls of Power. Oh my god. Mission objective, find an energy source. Okay. In news that will, I'm sure, shock you, there's a little bit more going on to it than that. I'm missing a guy, aren't I? Yeah. Hmm. Oh, god damn it. We've got the usual, huh? Man, they're just making anything, huh? Any combination of, Hmm. Let's just start with the bare-ass basics first. says, oh man, I missed a spam bot. Yeah, it is what it is. I really ought to figure out what to do about their UTF-8 shenanigans. Bonk. That's not gonna work. Okay. The visuals on this are trippy. Hmm. We need to hook these three up such that their pattern can change. Okay, so we need a version of that that works. Well, that's certainly not going to work. Nino says good instead of bad. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Breaking news. Thing that obviously wouldn't work, didn't work. My brain is trying to produce a vision, but I don't think it's real. Basically, it shouldn't matter whether we take energy from here or from here. So if we take energy from here, it's not gonna matter. It's just a matter of actually interrupting the goddamn beam. Which... yeah, that wouldn't work. Because then the beam would get interrupted all the time. That's the problem. Right? In case you needed evidence of what was obvious already. Mina says, oh. Yeah, I just need a version of this that isn't dumb, and that'll be that. This is, well, I don't know if you want me to help or hint at all. I'm also not 100% sure if I actually noticed anything useful. I mean, I'll take whatever noticings you've noticed. What's the worst that could happen? Here's one that's beautiful because it just doesn't work at all. But if I could get over there, I could make it. Well, it works for the wrong thing. You know, it says, well, I've noticed that the last receiver is blue. That's true. The worst part is that probably does mean something. Blup, 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 blup. And it says, yeah, the source is also blue. This is true. Magic managed to beat that one. Okay. The last receiver is blue. The source is also blue. 3-chain wouldn't do it, but a 2-chain might. I don't believe this is how this works. May as well check. Nope. You know, says I can be a bit more direct if you'd like. I'm not exactly frustrated, I'm just kind of out of ideas. Cause yeah, I have very ideas. You know, says disconnect the first inverter from the last receiver. I guess this could be the last receiver. This could be what you mean by the last receiver. There's a little bit of ambiguity in terms. You know, says, yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, disconnecting first inverter from last receiver. And it says first inverter equals closest to source, last inverter equals closest to the end of the puzzle. That would be that one. That one's the closest to the end of the puzzle. It says, well, air distance, sure. Okay. I meant normal human distance. And it says, I think now you've disconnected too much. Undoubted. He says boops you in chat. Hello, 2B. He says working on another map on one of my maps that's almost complete. It's my Tron theme map. Nice. Well, that certainly doesn't do jack shit. Says, see, now you just gotta do what you were doing earlier. When it was failing because of that connection that now doesn't exist. Well, the thing is, the thing that I was doing before was swap into this one, and then it would go. Fair enough.
Welcome! Welcome! Who are you? Don't you recognize me? I mean, you? How is this possible? This place is a loop, Byron. Eventually, you loop back on yourself, so here I am. And here you are. I need answers. Oh, answers. Answers. It's always answers with you, Byron, isn't it?
CB says
You
to
have
Joe
to
Byron.
know everything. Because you deserve to know everything. And everyone else just has to deal with it. It's not just about me, it's about all of us. All of New Jerusalem. Oh, really? Then why are you here solving puzzles instead of out there helping your friends? Is it because you want your mummy? Is it because you're oh so sad because mummy left you and she didn't tell you why? It's not that simple, isn't it? What you can't get over is why she didn't tell you she was leaving. That has nothing to do with the city. It's just about your ego. Okay. You know what? Fine. Call it ego. After everything we went through, why not tell me? Why not take me along? Maybe she was just tired of you and your pathetic clinginess. Oh, Mummy, tell me what to do. Tell me what to think. Maybe she thought you'd finally grow up and actually do something instead of just complaining. I've done a lot more than just complain. It's not easy trying to push back against the momentum of history. Have you? Sure, you annoyed Herman into letting you play Explorer, and then you got your hand stuck on a magic table and missed half the expedition. Great job. Meanwhile, New Jerusalem is falling apart. That's why we need Athena. Athena can't even save herself. You have a point. Well, you may be some sort of digital psychosis, but you're not entirely wrong. I didn't live up to my principles. I let my personal insecurities get in the way. I should have stepped up and taken responsibility. Responsibility? What makes you think you're cut out to lead? What makes you think anyone even respects you? Oh, shut up. You're just trying to draw me back into the loop. It won't work. We're not done here. Yeah, we are. Thanks for the life lesson. Now, go away. I have things to do.
So Byron literally just cool guide his way out of that, huh?
What's happening? 1K?
And no voice.
So that's why you were different. You literally confronted yourself. Must have been quite the experience.
I wouldn't exactly recommend it as a leisure activity, but it was necessary. I was stuck in a loop as much as Athena was.
We all were, I think.
Don't forget there's a
including
post-credits
myself.
thing.
You know, you said something to me. I said, we don't need the theory of everything to be happy. And you said, it was never just about happiness. And I couldn't stop thinking about that. Because well, I knew I was right, that we could find happiness without expanding. But what if we needed more? What if a happy life and a good life aren't the same?
And did you figure out an answer?
No. And I'm still not sure what you're doing is right. But if I just sit around moping without actually participating...
Then you're making the same mistake I did. We swapped positions. That's funny.
I find it kind of embarrassing. But look, the truth is, I don't really know what we should do. But I do know that we were always at our best when we were together.
Amen to that. It's good to have you back, Al. Or we could just take off and dump all the responsibility on 1K again.
He did hold up well under pressure.
Tubi says Goofy Robot. I mean, they're fun guys. Okay, the credits are going fast this time. I think they're going faster than last time. Anybody else got that feeling? You know, says, yeah, credits are zooming, don't worry. He says, the road to Gehenna here? I don't know. Peter Wingfield, good voice actor. TV says they go Noom. That they do. Recording Studios side. Okay. There's Devolver Digital. There's all of Devolver Digital. He says, I should probably go eat here soon. Well, if you've got a rest, you have a good one. He says, but I can send you a map to playtest if you want to. Not fully compiled all the resources yet, though. I mean, take your time. Take your time. We probably wouldn't play it tonight.
This was the story of the people we were. A long time ago, when humanity was young. I remember it all. The places, the names, our flaws, our fears, our clunky old bodies. I used to have regrets, but when I look back now, I feel nothing but love. The world has changed, and we have changed with it. But the bonds that were forged in those years, so long ago on that distant blue planet, those bonds were never broken. We are still here, and we are still human.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. That implies that everybody's still friends into the distant future, which is, he says, I meant for tomorrow. Yeah, it could work. It could work. It could be later on in the week if you need more time as well. I can always find some few short maps if you need the resources to get taken care of, but, Vino says, all done. All done indeed. So, yeah, that was Talos Principle 2 in its entirety, I think. That was every Talos we principled. Every Talos we principled. And we have an owl. I don't know. I don't know what the owl means. Do we have the owl everywhere? Can we have the owl there? Owl there. Nino says, I'll mean it done. Well, that was a grand total of several hours. TV says, every John to have ever principled. Oh, indeed. Nino says, all Prince nipples. Yeah, I guess. So, did we earn any new achievements? Apparently not, but then again, GOG is a little wacky. Says we've got 91% achievements, so part of the UI has updated the achievement total, but not all of it. But yeah, so let's try and actually, I said I would try and do a critique of it. I thought that I had more time, because I thought that those puzzles would be harder than they were. I thought those puzzles, I would get 4 done in a 3-hour span every day, and then I would be done by the end of the week. No, these puzzles were hard, but they were not that hard. They were not 45 minutes to a puzzle. Mino says Chivis. Yeah, indeed, but I don't know which Chivis I've got. So we finished it all in just shy of 60 hours, 58 hours and 34 minutes. Well, that's this one. If you combine the last one, I think we've got a total of like 80 hours, probably more. Yeah, we reached 50 hours played 4 days ago, and hell, why even leave it to chance? Talos Principle 1, disgorge your... Oh, okay, 60 hours as well. That's cool. So yeah, over the course of 110 hours, we have done all this. Anyways, I'm gonna butcher the gentleman who wrote this game series' name, but his name is, I believe, Jonas Kiratzis, Greek guy, and it's interesting. It's interesting. Talos Principle 1 and Talos Principle 2, they come together to a whole, which I would like to say I have very, very strong and positive feelings for. I definitely do have them. The more I played, the more those feelings were, without being effaced, problematized into a genuine ambivalence. And by ambivalence, I mean feeling in both directions, but not towards the first game in particular. I still think the highlight of the entire sequence was, for me, the text adventure in Road to Gehenna that made me very emotional. It was the New Jerusalem one. And in that one, Jonas played with certain concepts that I'm familiar with from, other sort of social and religious and mystical traditions, which envisions humanity as a sort of collective subjectivity, which is typically viewed as a city. This city has often been described as the heavenly city or the city of God. In certain, I want to say that Dionysius the Areopagite was one of the first ones to view this collectivity as a sort of polis into which human beings could be observed. But it was later on, much later on that this sort of collectivity was identified as the sort of New Jerusalem. This is not an idea unique to Jonas, but he draws on it. And he draws on it in a way that I find interesting. I don't believe that Jonas is familiar with a movement that came out of Russia in the 19th century known as Cosmism. But I've mentioned it before that I think that it is the closest resemblance to the ideology that we see in Talos Principle 2. Uh, it's hard to say 100%. We can point out to the character, for example, Byron, who is the red guy who talks to you about dialectics, and we can see a heavy influence of communist ideology in the game, both in its view of New Jerusalem before its change and after its change, or at least a socialist view. Vino has linked me an article by Jonas describing how he uh, he has a set of fairly idiosyncratic beliefs. He had an article called "Socialism Minus Socialism." I want to say we can pull it up uh, if I want to. Let's see, socialism without socialism. I have a terminology problem. Yes, yes, we could pull this bad boy up, and we can follow it. OBS, if you would, please, because this will go over the ideology espoused in Talos Principle 2. Talos Principle 1 is an interesting one to analyze, and there's reasons to believe that the full set of potential things, potential perspectives or ideas developed has not been fully revealed. But we'll start here. Jonas, here, creator of Talos Principle 2, Talos Principle 1, says, I have a terminology problem. I used to call myself a socialist. I picked this over communist because the latter made people think of Stalinism, which is the exact antithesis of everything I believe in. Sometimes I use the term Marxist because that seemed more precise. Class struggle, materialist conception of history, etc. Sure, some right-wingers had completely deranged ideas of what being a Marxist was, from thinking it meant the state should control everything to thinking it was something like Scandinavian social democracy. These terms were already confusing back then, particularly thanks to academia. Academic liberals had long ago adopted leftist terms, completely draining them of their original meaning in the process. The dreadful and idiotic Theodor Adorno, for example, is considered a Marxist, which is absurd to even contemplate. We laugh at terms like cultural Marxist deployed at random by the right, but honestly, even though it's a contradiction in terms, actual Marxist analysis is about economic conditions, not cultural war bullshit. There are entire generations of academics who produced rubbish as meaningless and opportunistic as any postmodernist drivel and called it Marxist. Of course, even Marx thought the term Marxist was useless and derided the people who adopted it. But with the rise of what I can only describe as the new American pseudo-leftism, a confused sort of liberalism that's adopted its self-image from how, it's not right now medium, the Republicans see it, and which is spearheaded by grifters loyal to the Democratic Party, the terms have become even more useless. There are now masses of people who call themselves Marxists who oppose the most fundamental precepts of Marxist thought, who put some fetishistic conception of Mother Nature above humanity, who oppose growth, who think class is just one of many categories of oppression, who think ideology is what moves society, and so on. At this point, people always say, but you have so much in common. Why can't you ignore these differences? Does it all have to be about purity? Which is a silly framing. It's not about purity, it's about goals. If you think growth is bad, if you think individual freedom is optional, if you think the presumption of innocence should be surrendered, if you want a world with fewer humans, less technology, then you want the opposite of what I want. I cannot stress that enough. I considerably prefer capitalism to most of the visions of a leftist or socialist society being promoted today. They have nothing in common with the humanistic, libertarian, Promethean socialism I embrace. So I'm stuck. All of a sudden, socialism and even Marxism have become popular, but it no longer means anything except reading Jacobin and voting for the same parties that you always voted for. The very people who called me a brocialist and manarchist, even though I'm not even remotely an anarchist and not much of a bro, now call themselves socialists. It's all reached a level of absurdity that's tiresome and depressing. How, under these ridiculous conditions, can we continue the struggle for what socialism once represented? I don't know. But somehow rekindling or reclaiming the vision of socialism as rooted in human achievement and human liberty is one of the awful and necessary tasks of our time. I will point out, in Jonas's defense here, because I would feel really bad reading this whole article aloud and not explaining when it was written, that this was in May 6th of 2020. So, in the middle of some shit. However, things had not really popped off the way that they have popped off now. So I don't want to hold Jonas to account for saying that about capitalism, uh, given given the developments over the past 6 years. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still, I find various claims that are consistent with the, given the 2023 release of Talos Principle 2, we can see various ideas that were later developed into various social media posts and other dialogue options that are peppered throughout TTP2. One example that I can think of is there is a character that constantly brings up Mother Nature. It's particularly when discussing lifespan enhancement with Atal. This character comes up again and again describing death as natural. Obviously, this is a sort of sci fi interpolation of it, but it's not the only example. Mother Nature gets brought up at least a few times. I find a few of the things that Jonas complains about here or feels upset about a little bit unusual. For example, it is very well known that academic liberals often have a reputation as being Marxist and applying some elements of Marxist analysis to their thing, but the example that he pulls out ends up being Theodore Adorno, which I find very interesting because I know of quite a few Marxist individuals or Marxist analyses that are contingent on Adorno's critiques, in particular of alienation. Now, he's got multiple points here, multiple targets, but for example, he brings up again environmental concerns, and those ecological concerns predate Adorno. If he doesn't consider Adorno to be a real Marxist, I do have a question of, for example, if he would consider individuals like Walter Benjamin to be real Marxist or Georgi Lukács. What elements he has objections with, I actually can't see from TTP2. And maybe that's because, in part, this is another thing that Vino told me about Jonas. He does not like the notion of applying the labels or discursive elements in his works that he believes are thought terminating. So, an example of this that I caught on to immediately in Talos Principle 1 was he quoted Trotsky a fair few times, but every time he used his actual real name rather than his political name, which is Lev Bronstein. Uh, Another example of this is Straton of Stagira himself, who is an obvious displacement of Marx into the realm of Greek philosophy. In particular, the Talos Principle itself is not so much like the eponymous Talos Principle is not a particular formulation of any one of Marx's thoughts, though one could argue that it is a putting to task of philosophy that is directly traceable to Marx, since Marx himself obviously had some famous quotes about philosophy itself. And there is a rephrasing of the 11th thesis of Feuerbach in the Talos Principle too. And obviously the 11th thesis of Feuerbach, for those not familiar with it, is that the goal of all hitherto existing philosophies are, or rather the goal of philosophy should not be merely to interpret the world. The point is to change it, if I recall correctly. I'm paraphrasing because I have not. Okay, I'll pull up the theses on Feuerbach. Give me a second. And for those of you not in the know, Feuerbach was an intellectual disciple of Hegel's, who presented the first draft, as we think of it these days, of a dialectical form of materialism. Anyways, the total element of the 11th thesis is the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it. And a paraphrase of that, made Greek and expounded to fulfill a more academic or a more philosophical discursive tone, is found in Talos Principle 2. And it's not the only place that you can find some rephrase of things like that. The social constitution of the human is also brought up. The vision of cities as machines is kind of related. You could argue that it takes elements from Engels as well, but I would happily say that Straton is very clearly a Marxist philosopher, just displaced in time, so that Alexandra Drennan can herself be a dialectical materialist of a scientific sort, placed into this sort of world-changing apocalyptic event, without, again, as Jonas says, engaging in a thought-terminating event. Fair enough. Obviously, I have my quibbles with this sort of approach in general, but it's not clear at any point in time that the existence of one type of media that pursues a more open ideological path that explains its principles clearly is in some way mutually exclusive with a piece of media that doesn't. In fact, if you ascribe to some sort of pipeline theory, you can conceive of one as being a precursor to the other, and then you need one that does one and one that does the other thing. You know, it's complicated for me because some of the themes used in Talos Principle find themselves repeated by much more objectionable individuals than Jonas Kiratzes in terms of political ideology that are very reactionary. Obviously, I can't hold Jonas responsible for the fact that this is happening, and particularly because I did a little bit of research. Not as much as I thought, because again, I thought I had more time, but as I was saying, the there are sort of reactionary sci-fi elements associated with the sort of burgeoning data center and AI movements that envision these notions of AI taking a post-human AI, often taking humanity to the stars and spreading the light of consciousness, which is their preferred phrasing of it, distinct from the one found in Talos Principle 2, I might notice. I've I often wonder, in such a hostile ideological environment, if such a position could be justified, but I have no concrete way of criticizing Jonas for this decision, and particularly because when he started, this would have been in 2014. It was a very different ideological makeup, and by the time you get to TTP2, things are getting different. One thing that I found interesting, actually, is that obviously the main game was released in 2023. That implies that the final production for Into the Abyss, the final writing, could have taken place after, and I do believe that it was. Reading, particularly the prose and the text adventure, makes me convinced that there were elements of, and particularly not just that, but the use of the Pink Floyd imagery of the hammers marching in the same region, the same zone as that text adventure with its depiction of fire falling from the sky makes me believe that to a certain extent there were elements of modern events that were affecting Jonas's thoughts and which may still find their way into Talos Principle 3. If you know, you know. Twitch is not the right venue for that, or at least my Twitch channel isn't at the moment. With that in mind, it's an open work. It's an open work. It's still not complete, and I think that that's going to have its impact on interpretation. I think that to a greater or lesser extent, even I could see some evolution of Jonas's position from the 2020 article that I got linked to the actual release of the game. I think he was a lot more mad in May of 2020, and I can imagine why. Leftist discourse in May 2020 was gearing up to go to some strange places. It was gearing up to go to some strange places, and a lot of people had sudden ideological shifts in terms of their outward commitments without taking the time to really educate themselves. And, in the intervening period, that changed in certain respects, and not in others. Obviously, there are certain critiques of what many people do describe as American leftism that is not completely gone. And in particularly, when you look at the electoral dynamics of American leftism, you could see certain remnants of what bothered him. But I could definitely see the notion that we have to treat this as perhaps a softer view. One thing that I find that I keep coming back to, right, is that the principal proponent of an intersubjective view of reality in the game is Belmarsh, who does it from a sort of Alan Watts-esque, and I want to specify Alan Watts-esque depiction of Buddhism, or sort of Buddhist New Age pastiche. And there are definitely elements of New Age pastiche which are involved in conceptions such as Mother Nature, things like that. And when we see Jonas getting mad at postmodern critiques, there's definitely, I would say, it could like enough evidence to present the notion that Jonas has strong skepticism to occasional hostility towards sort of intersubjective views on reality. He definitely sees the human being, the human as being a sort of determined and dialectically determining his society. Even Byron, who is, his sort of heroic character who gets to cool guy his way out of the loop and things like that, still has issues where he's determined by his conditions of New Jerusalem in New Jerusalem, and they kind of hold him back. And he has to own up to that himself and take charge, and that's how he ends up deciding to run for mayor while we get our asses exploded. So, I will say, in terms of character writing, Jonas probably puts his fingers on the scales in terms of personal flaws and foibles to the detriment of his message to a certain extent. I mentioned this before, for example. Alcatraz could have done more as the sort of cautious character while Byron was out of commission, rather than just continue to replicate it, or perhaps he could have showcased his skills as a cautious person. There's supposed to be some sort of relationship between him and Herman, where clearly Alcatraz is meant to be the respected individual who shows these more anti-Promethean views. Let's put it like that. Because everybody in the entire thing, like, anti-capitalism is taken as given for the entirety of Talos Principle 2. And I find that, you know, interesting. Obviously, I have my concerns with the ability of people to misinterpret that, but a writer has got to, past a certain point, just accept that people are going to misinterpret their work and move on. So I have to respect Jonas there. But, within that perspective, we then have to sort of try and arrange things. Like, Jonas's claim that he would prefer, capitalism as it exists to some people's visions of socialism is a pretty bold statement. I would say an almost alarming one. Obviously, again, I think that it was born in part out of a heat of the moment, but we do see an attempt to draw out of New Jerusalem prior to the changes in the canon route a sort of dystopic element without falling into tropes of authoritarianism or things like that, which I do find interesting. I think he tries to drag out its sort of insufficiency on an existential level, and I think to a certain extent he succeeds, but I do feel that he just kind of makes all of his ideological opponents kind of stupid dicks. Even within a sort of tacit assumed anti-capitalist framing. We've got Herman, who is meant to be specifically two-faced. Like, his own admission at the end of his little sequence in the game is him admitting that he just plays a moron, which is meant to, I guess, be complimentary towards his actual intelligence and his actual stated positions. But it's, again, the people who sincerely hold their beliefs are either idiots like Thekla, or they're sort of in woo-woo land like Belmarsh, who's clearly described as intellectually capable to a certain extent, but who's also a bit of a brick wall that you really can't get anything meaningful out of. And I think that it is lamentable that this sort of, again, Alan Watts figured woo woo. And I specify Alan Watts because if you go back to Talos Principle 1, you have got that Buddhist character who believes in reincarnation and so isn't really bummed out about the end of the world, who does help Alexander Drennan. It might be that over over the 6 years between Talos Principle 1 and 2020, he just got super pissed at Buddhists, but I don't believe that that's the case. I think that his specific consternations, when he talks about the distinction of other ideological concerns and deviations from materialism, would seem to place Belmarsh in the position of being a sort of contra materialist, sort of leftist straw man. But given that position, I find it. Whoa, Jesus Christ, phone, what the hell? I find that position a little bit frustrating, merely because it sort of tacitly assumes, again, when it takes up the mantle of the theory of everything, right? The theory of everything is a sort of literary device within the book, within the work. It accepts, it sort of allows you to lump up all the technologies that are shown, all the miraculous, wondrous things that the game has into one sort of set of equivalence relations, right? You can take the whole package or you can take none of it. But it sort of, it sort of narrows down the field of play to minimize the number of endings, right? Where you either blow up the monument, you say you're not ready for the monument, or you just jump all the way in, right? New Jerusalem, as presented, has a series of strict material conditions. If you like follow through with the transportation strike, it is very clear that the text implies that if things don't change, people are going to die through negligence. Um, One of the things that is curious about the quote unquote goal is that it is meant to be 1,000 citizens, but they don't overshoot past 1,000 citizens, despite the fact, well, or they're not planning to overshoot past 1,000 citizens, despite the fact that we have the deaths of individuals like Yemo and Sarabai in the mix, right? I find that, interesting. I was curious about that myself, and I find it interesting that the game doesn't let you sort of ask that as a sort of soft way to get you into the expansion sort of trails, but it was telling because it implies that as decline, continues to just whittle people down by sheer numbers, because the robots are relatively fragile, they need maintenance, and they don't have enough resources. There are mining projects that get shut down. It will imply that the New Jerusalem will continue to shrink and shrink. And the only real way to avoid that, in Herman Nuvis's, estimation, is to just kind of dome everybody off. Obviously, the dam itself may or may not run out of power eventually, and people will need repairs, so it just seems kind of like a self-evidently self-destructive route for everybody. But you can't take the stuff that you find in the scavenger run, as it were, with the VTOL and all that, back to town. That's kind of put off the table because it's actually about the theory of everything. But that itself is, sort of complicating factor in a lot of directions because it makes certain priors about reality into just like known constants about the setting. Obviously, there's the space alien thing, which I'm like 95% sure with the after credit sequence is going to be the topic of Talos Principle 3, given that Alcatraz says it is many years in the future. Probably. We could watch the trailer, I don't know. Vino's holding off, so I'm probably going to watch it by myself after the stream. Um, so by and large, the theory of everything sort of condenses all of knowledge into just one point. And so this writes off, for example, questions about, well, if Athena developed a theory of everything, shouldn't other people be allowed to sort of discursively arrive at that conclusion themselves? Which I guess might be true of New Jerusalem as a whole. But obviously, like the the material problems of the city and accepting the theory of everything, as in bringing it to everybody, are linked. And that's again sort of the way that Jonas kind of ups the stakes on you structurally with this. And with Belmarsh, again, to come back to that, I do think that sort of precludes an intersubjective view of reality. Belmarsh rails against Byron's understanding of an objective belief in reality, and here's this theory of everything, which clearly works. It makes magical things possible. People use it for art very quickly after it's discovered. And I just find that it just kind of, you just have to take on board a lot of not etymological, for God's sakes, epistemological principles as well as to sort of get to the point that Jonas is actually trying to get to, which is again a sort of Promethean take on humanity. Looking back at Talos Principle 1, I do think that the theme of a collective humanity, of a collective human subjectivity, is there at least from Gehenna. And when you think about the sort of creature that Athena is, the sort of human being that Athena is, based on, sort of all the personalities that came together on the gold disc, it seems as though it would be the case that you know that sort of notion of a collective identity is baked into the work from the word jump. The collective, like Athena kind of becomes the first of this collective subjectivity. She is in the New Jerusalem, which is again, according to the blacksmith, the anthropos, the sort of collective man, the sort of collective humanity. That's just the text. But it gets developed into sort of social arguments in the sequel. Then the practice of a sort of tacit anti-capitalism is not unknown in sci-fi. Star Trek obviously is sort of the poster child in sci-fi for a sort of tacit anti-capitalist or post-capitalist society where it's not really explained how they developed from a capitalist society into a sort of post-currency society, and it's not ever really explicitly analyzed too deeply because they didn't really want to do that. Uh, but it sort of inherits that perspective while also arriving at it from a different perspective. It arrives at it from a different location rather than sort of hiding how it's placed. Jonas takes the position of human extinction as the basis for how a post-capitalist society, comes about. The robots don't need money. They don't want money. Their position goes from being too marginal to even consider setting up a system of currency to becoming, with the new Alexandria disaster, too stultified to even consider that. And obviously, the game makes it clear that the robots don't like what human society was doing. So they get to avoid that. I think that the framing of that is one thing that I find fascinating. The sort of dialectical framing of the story is somewhat wanting to me because there are such huge gaps in history here, right? Like you have a 10,000 year gap between human extinction and the robots showing up. Athena finally breaking out of the simulation. And what that means is that, for example, we can push aside ecological questions. When we get to the robots developing their own society, we stop at 1,000 people, and 1,000 people is, as Melville points out, like several billion less than you need to even have an appreciable ecological impact, especially if you've got robots that don't need to eat or sleep. And so that kind of takes their development of a post-capitalist society and, you know, makes it a conscious choice that they were able to do. The tradition of all dead generation weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living, as Straton also paraphrased in one of his little voice things, right? And so they still manifest that. But the thematic through line that Jonas puts is, again, that sort of the old human self hatred, a line that gets repeated by multiple characters over and over. And, you know, I, I don't really know how to feel about that in the sense that while I understand the critique of a sort of self hatred of humans, especially in a sort of enlightened post-capitalist society, which is the basis of his 2020 article where he's complaining about leftists which don't really represent a real Marxist analysis. You could also see it itself as a sort of critique of the liberal essentialism that is often found of human nature preventing good things from happening, right? And so when you see that criticism sort of levied both ways without explicitly mentioning Marxism, I do think that that becomes a little bit fraught. That would be the word that I would use. It becomes a bit of a fraught situation because you can't point to a false consciousness within a framework when it's sort of covered up. Like what Athena actually believes is specifically distorted by Herman. So you can't really critique a false consciousness of anybody except Herman and maybe some of the first companions, though most of them is just pieced the fuck out altogether. And that is kind of, that's part of why it's fraught. It can be parsed in one way, but it's easy to parse it in a sort of this leftism is bad way, since the leftism is the sort of basis of the society, but it doesn't really have a way to say, hey, this thing that pretends to be leftism is liberalism, because the dialogue for it isn't, the terminology for it isn't really there. Likewise, I could point to, again, the dialectical construction of the story, the development of the society being a little bit wonky because Athena dips, and then after several hundred years pass, she comes back. Well, she doesn't come back. You bring her back, but she just kind of has the theory of everything. And as Melville points out, it's a sort of outside context problem. And what Ian Banks is probably referring to with an outside context problem is the sort of exploration of a sci-fi society, just kind of, or a sci-fi scenario where a society has its own historical and material development, and then it just gets interrupted by a kind of vacuum of space and information. That doesn't really happen here in the sense that Athena ends up being part of New Jerusalem, but all these developments happen outside of the society and they're just kind of reintroduced in. That to me, just kind of all these forces in the story kind of work to just sort of narrow it down to a kind of hypothetical question of if you were presented with the option to just take humanity forward, and there is no really getting people to learn for themselves. You just have to either present them with this sort of objective sort of package, total package. Would you or wouldn't you? And to get you to kind of interrogate that. And while I think that that interrogation is noble and it is challenging, that is one thing that again I found it interesting, because what Jonas kinds of points out is that to him this theory of everything represents the beginning of the journey and not the end. And I do think that that's a novel and interesting idea, right? What are people going to do with this sort of idea? And that's where you get into Orpheus Rising and into then Isles of the Blessed, right? And I I don't really have a lot to say about Orpheus Rising within this sort of systematic critique of the Talos Principle as a franchise, but I will point out that, Vino mentioned something to me in chat a few hours back about how Orpheus Rising is kind of a retelling of Frankenstein, and how the byline of Frankenstein's story is a modern Prometheus. And I find that interesting. I find that valid. What I find interesting about that Orpheus Rising is that Sarabai, we get this sort of autobiographical look into Sarabai's ideas and a sort of exposition of love through them, both interpersonal love and again a collective love. That gets tied in to the ending of Into the Abyss, actually, where Alcatraz mentions those bonds of love. And I find it interesting that Sarabai specifically calls out the notion of there being of the separation between a self and another as illusory, as being a sort of dreadful ideology. And again, that ties into my concerns with Belmarsh in the sense that one of the options that you can say about, this sort of notion of his attempt to silence the ego and sort of enter oneness with nature is that that's a sort of horrible crime against the self. It seems that that reflects Jonas's idea that there's this sort of strongly self-driven conception, this sort of strongly constructed individual, which I find again a sort of interesting issue with the work, right? Because it's like when we look at the critiques of this sort of Promethean anti-capitalism, this sort of Promethean Marxism, it's typically associated with the very beginnings of the Soviet Union. It gets interrupted by the Stalin period, and then after the Stalin period, by Khrushchev's attempts to sort of reconcile to the capitalist world. Obviously, once the collapse of the Soviet Union sets in, it just gets interrupted by the fact that there is no Soviet Union. But when we pick up the thread of actual critiques of that sort of Promethean conception of Marxism again in the 21st century, I actually don't think of American leftists at all. I think of, for example, I believe it's called Communism and Degrowth, which was written by a Japanese author. Yeah, I believe that's what it was called. Kohei Saito, Degrowth Communism. Yes, that would be one of them. This is based on sort of thermodynamic constraints, which again, because of the sort of displacement of the robots from Talos Principle into the future, get to be shaken off. Likewise, when I think of intersubjectivity, I don't necessarily think of these sorts of notions of this woo-woo oneness with nature concept, but I actually think about concepts of the self being somewhat underspecified, or the boundaries of the self being fuzzier than they look. The fact that these ideas or these views weren't really represented in the work, I think, kind of, it doesn't really work to its detriment. But again, it just focuses again on that sort of narrowing down of the notion into just sort of a, would you do this? And that kind of gets into the Isle of the Blessed situation, where again, you get confronted with the notion of society beyond necessity, and the notion that maybe society needs adversity to be organized or well mannered gets challenged a lot by Jonas through not just Barzai, but everybody else. It's an interesting question, right? Because on the one hand, Jonas himself acknowledges that a society can fall stagnant or fall into introspection within its position. In fact, that's why, Alcatraz has to remind people that happiness isn't the point, Byron's line about happiness gets repeated. It's not just about contentment, because New Jerusalem had a kind of facile surface level contentment. It didn't address people's existential feelings, and a lot of the self-hating rhetoric gave people issues such as body dysmorphia and things like that, or at least I think that's the intended text. But it just seems as though it seems as though that sort of notion of limitation or necessity is just kind of challenged in a way that doesn't address the real questions of what that might actually look like. It just presents it in a very upbeat sort of way, and that itself is a challenge, right? Because one of the more critical terminal terminal entries that you can find in Isles of the Blessed is people regretting their lives, or people regretting their sort of daily routines. And it again makes you wonder, to what extent is necessity really this much of a good force? But it's kind of an interesting question because it's underspecified even within communism, right? Communism has always, to a certain degree, been about the struggle. And it's specifically, like a Marxian metaethics, if you want to talk about the ethics that sort of Marx held, were premised around a kind of refusal to impose a normative value on what this ideal future society would look like. These were the ideological impositions that he found so much objection with within utopian socialism. Meanwhile, Jonas feels compelled to present a sort of affirmative case for this sort of post necessity society. And that I find notable. It again relates to this sort of notion that he mentions in the Medium article of the sort of, what was it, awful and necessary task of identifying socialism with human achievement and human liberty. But, within that, it just leaves a lot of interesting questions. I find it an interesting sort of a commentary, because Cornelius and Athena kind of point out that Yakut and Miranda weren't really the way that they were, but the way that they were included a lot of interesting, or a lot of intense self-discipline and a lot of necessary intellectual innovation. They carry that away from them into, when they make the Noima. But even though they're highly resource constrained at the beginning, and they have Lithrazir's help and all that, and they have to just kind of do it in a fly-by-night kind of way, they never really sort of reflect on that. And it's interesting though, because I think it's kind of clear from the thematic element of having Yakut as the protagonist that the question is about, who can you become once you're free from necessity? Because Yakut the entire time talks about how much he hates puzzles, and then to impress Miranda, he gets into puzzles and starts getting good at solving them. And I think that's meant to be a sort of invitation to ask yourself, what would you develop as a person in a sort of positive light if you were existing in a post necessity society? What would be your motivations to self improve? And obviously, one of the ones that it, you know, advocates for is love, which again ends up being the impetus in Orpheus Rising as well. And it's interesting to think about it in that sense. It sort of presents you with a notion of someone going through a journey of inner cultivation or personal cultivation over the course of all that. I don't know. But it's interesting to me how it addresses these things in a sort of subtle way. I will sort of perhaps even retract the critique that it doesn't have any comments about that. It is interesting though, to question what will the driving forces be in society. We'll actually get to see that, I think, in Talos Principle 3, unless he really throws us for a curveball. But it seems like everything's built up towards the anomaly. I think that the presence of the anomaly is interesting too. I think that I'd like to bring up the fact that it seems to work as a sort of device to perhaps try and get away from some of the epistemological baggage of the theory of everything. It sort of reduces it to being able to use the full toolbox of physics without trying to make any epistemological claims again on determinism or superdeterminism, which is a good idea. I don't know if Jonas has ever read Althusser, but Althusser would be someone that I would say demonstrates that occasionally determinism and Marxism don't mix very well. It's very interesting that Jonas keeps trying to, in what I think is a sort of canonical Marxist sense, emphasize the presence of free will as a sort of determining factor in history. This would be one thing about Promethean Marxism and sort of this collective subjectivity that I think is very worthwhile. I guess what I would say in toto is that it is telling to me that I found the most compelling part of the game to be the text adventure, but that I also, got an interesting value out of the whole journey. Because I do think that the emotional core of Talos Principle 2 and the vision that it tries to sort of bring forth of this collective humanity is not ultimately abrogated by its problems. I end up having a lot of questions about how this sort of attitude, when it's at its most personified, would fit into a sort of broader leftist worldview or a sort of broader coalition of leftist worldviews. And I especially want to think about how this sort of Promethean attestation has to deal with sort of thermodynamic constraints of our current era, of the shortcuts, that is to say, that we can't take because we can't have an Athena, or we can't have a Noema, or we can't have a 10,000-year break to let climate change throw a little tantrum and then sort itself out. You do have to tackle thermodynamic constraints. And obviously, within the story, everybody just repeats, oh, when we get all these powers, all these Promethean powers, we'll just be responsible. And you know that the characters are good guys, so you believe them to be responsible. But in sort of the development that we've got, we have to actually, have discourse about these thermodynamic constraints. And the thermodynamic constraints aren't just, about Kohei Saito's type literature, which was around in 2020 and might have been part of the discourse that Jonas is targeting. These days, we also have, new theory being written about the relationship between thermodynamics and inflation as we are experiencing it in all the developed countries. So, these questions of a sort of constrained leftism, or what a constrained Prometheanism is, or are also relevant. I think. I think they're very relevant, and they don't really have that answer. Vino is of the opinion that this is probably the most important science fiction work that was written in, I want to say, the 21st century. I would say that, within its political peer review, it would definitely be interesting. I try to compare it and contrast it most of all to Disco Elysium. And, it was Vino who recommended this game to me, so if I could do a recommendation back, it would be Disco Elysium. Not because they are both very similar and very different, right? The themes that Disco Elysium takes on about leftism, about other humans, about the collectives are very different, right? It's still got the displacement of Karl Marx into a setting that is unfamiliar, and it still has the dialectical relationship between an individual and the society that it exists. But past that, the themes are very different. But what it does have is a sort of committed set of leftists at its helm. Vino says, Disco Elysium was already on my radar for quite a while. I cannot stress enough. You should definitely give it a look-see. And it's like, does Disco Elysium have questions about the thermodynamic constraints I would say that it does. I would say that it has an interesting view of leftism. Um, it's one that, for example, one of the oppositions that I feel, or sort of the dichotomies that you can see, is that there's a line in Disco Elysium, and I've there's so many good lines in Disco Elysium, and I don't want to spoil a single one, but I'll spoil just one. And it's at one point in the game you can get you can get the voice line that just says, "Say one of these communists or fascist things, or fuck off." And I've always found that that's just kind of the thesis of how bold Disco wants to be with its political priors. It's a very funny line, but it's also just very emblematic of what the game wants to be versus the sort of tactical style of trying to avoid the thought terminating cliche. With Disco, it's just like, no, fuck you. You're in. You're locked in. Say one of these communist or fascist things or fuck off. And you can decide to try and be centrist, but the game will make fun of you for it, as those who play the game are very well aware. Uh, just in general, it's a very different sort of take on this. To me, I would say that Talos Principle tries to take on certain qualities of a fable, right? It is a fable for the era, for the needs that Jonas feels are necessary in the discourse, to try and inspire a certain emotional cast. And to me, that's where it's most excellent, right? Because for me, again, the New Jerusalem text adventure, that sort of worldview that is deeply socialist in certain senses, but also cosmist in its sort of mystical depth, is definitely powerful. Does Disco itself attempt a fable? I don't necessarily think that it does. And it's interesting, again, to sort of compare and contrast the way that characters are used, again, in a sort of fable like sense in Talos Principle versus in Disco. To me, Disco is the one that I would say is sort of the most important literary work of the 21st century. Um, we have similar positions to it. And the difference is, of course, Disco is a million words long. It is as long as the whole Bible. So, Jonas was kind of constrained by the principles of epistolary storytelling in a puzzle game, which I find interesting, right? I actually find that not to be a sort of limitation of Jonas's work, but rather, well, a constraint. Art under constraints, but constraints that are sort of self imposed, perhaps. And I think that the distinctions that that makes are worth sort of exploring. They're sort of worth considering. Uh, but yeah, I would say I had a very, very good time with Talos Principle as a franchise so far, and 3 is coming soon. I'm gonna watch the trailer right after this. I'm fairly certain I've made up my mind on that one. I wanna see what comes next, what the themes might be. I want to see what else Jonas might tackle, because I do think that there is a sort of shift in tone from Principle 1 to Principle 2. And that shift in tone is also noticeable throughout the DLCs. Like, to me, it's clear that Into the Abyss wants to confront recent events in a sort of, again, in that sort of allegorical, non thought terminating style. But there's a clear engagement and rapprochement. And that's why I actually think the 2020 article sort of presents a sort of intermediate period. So I do think that it's very good. I'm interested to see how the closure of the entire three game arc brings the messages in the end. I'm interested to see how, especially, given that the development of this game happened so much during this sort of futuristic boom where reactionaries took the aesthetics that this game clearly treasures and sort of ran with them, what that might do to the story or how it might affect it. I'm interested to see all that. And I think that map more or less covers everything in a sort of really scattershot way. I really hoped that I had more time so that I would, you know, organize it. But, it says excellent critique. You formulated and verbalized so many more things than I feel I'd be capable of. Well, I'm glad you liked it, and I hope that the rest of you watching and listening also found it interesting, including on YouTube. But, yeah, I guess, Tubi says peak English teacher. I guess so. I guess so, everybody. But yeah, that about covers it. I'm sure I'll have more things to say about Disco every now and again. Or not Disco. I will have more things to say about Disco, but Talos Principle every now and again. And we will be able to come back to it in 3. So there's more to be said. More English lessons will come. But till then, everybody, I'd like to thank you all for joining me. We'll have to do something different throughout the rest of the week. And obviously, some of that will be playtesting 2B's maps. But till next time, everybody, I hope you all stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye bye now.